thank you very much, Lena. I appreciate it. Anyone who's still outside? My gosh, all right, a very warm welcome to everybody on a Sunday morning. I honestly forgot that it was a weekend today. Still, no, thank you for giving up your weekend and a couple of weekdays here together. Yeah, it is a bright sunny day outside, so I hope we're all getting a little bit of sun during breaks. I'm going to try to do more of that today. A reminder, incidentally, to take care of yourself as you see fit throughout the day. Take breaks, take a walk outside the room if things are getting heated or you're feeling anxious or anything like that. And in fact, that's kind of the place where we wanted to start this morning, is just to acknowledge that for you and for us, this is the point in the process where it all comes to a head. And things are going to start to feel different. We're no longer just taking in information or just working together to sort of put everything on the table. We're now working together to actually put things together into recommendations. We heard yesterday from individuals and from the surveys, etc., that there was some frustration, confusion. We're with you, and part of that is on us in how we set up things in the morning. And but part of it is just sort of the nature of where we are at the moment, that things will be more chaotic than they have been in the past. And as someone pointed out in the go-around yesterday, that's kind of how things have to happen to some extent in a democratic process. Things will get messy. And then they will start to clarify over time, and none of us will have any idea right now how things are going to clarify or confidence necessarily that they will. But like a show on opening night, things will somehow come together, and I doubt it every dang time, but you know. But they do. So, you know, Mary has been preaching patience, which, cheers to that, could use that myself, and and I hope everybody keeps that in mind. These are totally normal at this part in the process for all of us. We've been very structured up until this point as well, and now it's going to get a bit less structured on purpose. There's going to be more room for potential chaos, because there kind of has to be. Because there's going to be groups that are no longer just groups by themselves. They are merging with other groups. There are going to be people walking away from groups to join a different group. There are no longer going to be just sort of 6 set groups equally divided. Your mods are, and us, we're all still here to support you, though, every step of the way. But the next 2 days are just as much up to you as they are to us. Hopefully, at this point, you've built relationships and some level of trust with each other, so that at this point in the process, you can work together to, even if you hold different views or opinions, to sort of help each other find, for example, the group where you belong. And just one more note about that still, the philosophy of this process is that nothing ever gets deleted, ever. So the lowest ranked principles and options are on those reports. They just come at the bottom. As we start to put ideas together into sort of more formed recommendations, the things that don't have as much support don't go away. So don't worry, even if you're working temporarily in a group that is doing stuff that you're not quite sure about and you don't quite agree with, and maybe you're finding yourself in a small minority, that will happen to many of you probably, that have faith, that contribute to that group when you're there. Try to help the group be the best that it can be. Cooperate together to someone mentioned compromise the other day, to compromise, to find the best sort of thing that group can do, but have faith that you will be able to split off on your own or with people that you more agree with a little bit later on, and definitely tomorrow. There'll be plenty of time to, even if you are a minority of one, you will have an opportunity to work on something that you really believe in. That said, hopefully, the real goal of this process is that there can be some negotiation between the many of you on some sort of shared visions that you may not agree with every piece of, but that you can agree on most of the pieces of. I think this points to just pointing out how the final report will look. That it will be, just as your other reports are, sort of ordered by the recommendations that are most supported by the most of the panel. But within those recommendations, there's going to be lots of sub-points with individual items, and you may not agree with every single one of those, and you'll have the opportunity to say, I agree with this overall vision for the site, but point number 4, no. And you'll have an opportunity to say, to note that. You don't have to support everything under the overall vision to support it all. We'll come back to that later. Don't worry if that's sort of getting into the details, but just wanted to kind of reassure everyone that A, your individual vision won't be lost, nothing is going away, and B, that even if you decide to help support the majority recommendations, because there may be multiple, that you don't have to agree with everything within them. You want to take over for a moment?
Yeah. Thanks, Carly. Good morning, everyone. And thanks, Carly. Carly's working on our agenda, so we'll have that to show you very soon here. But maybe just to take a big step back, we kind of just dove into some dynamics that are at play right now. From a high level, so yesterday you finished prioritizing options, and we'll soon have that printed out in ranked order of priority for you to work with today. And I'm not sure if you already said this, but today and tomorrow are going to be focused on creating kind of bundles of options, so holistic visions for the site. And that is going to be the product that is that is your final report that gets finished tomorrow. So just to be really clear about that, kind of we have that prioritized list of options, you have your prioritized list of principles. Now those are tools for creating, kind of picking things off of those lists and creating holistic visions or bundles of options for the entire site. So that's kind of our high level goal objective for today and tomorrow. And we'll keep reiterating that and introducing components of that throughout these 2 days. Yeah.
Cool. Consult the notes. Go for it.
Also, in the spirit of things we've heard and things that some of you have had confusion on in the last day or two, I know that there's some confusion or anxiety around what exactly you're being asked to answer, what exactly should go in those final recommendations. And just want to acknowledge, again, the framing question is why you've been brought here. the kind of minimum requirement of the process is to answer that framing question. And also, we won't put any constraints on any additional details, any additional layers you want to add to that. So, site use options, yes. Ideas, experiences, community needs, answer that question, and you decide what is in your final report to council and the Fair Board.
Actually, there's a thing on that as well that people have talked about, sort of what does success look like in the process, and just to be clear that success in this process is not defined by a specific, of course not a specific outcome, but not even a universal outcome. It would be really bizarre if the panel came up with one bundle, one recommendation, one bundle of options, and one vision for the site that was universally accepted by the whole panel. That would be very strange and actually very concerning, because that would imply to us that there was a massive level of groupthink, if you think back to your list of biases. So diversity is, as always, the key, and just because you work on a bundle that ends up being the one that has the most support from the panel, A, as I mentioned, you don't have to agree with everything in it, and B, you can put your support behind other ones too. You will probably agree generally with multiple different bundles at the end of this. The key is that hopefully what comes out of this is an idea of, okay, most of the panel got behind this general idea. A lot of the panel got behind this general idea. Some of the panel got behind this. Oh, there was some really interesting out-of-the-box kind of ideas down here that didn't get much support, but they were certainly creative, etc.
Cool. I was just going to review our agenda for the day to make that a little bit more concrete, but from all that high-level stuff, any questions? Yeah, Lena.
Yesterday, you sent us home with a homework of coming up 1 or 2 sentences for the vision. How is that going to play out? And actually, could you maybe talk a little bit about what vision statement is?
100%, yes. Sorry for that. It was not intended as homework. It was just intended as something. Yeah. In case you had extra time at the end of yesterday to just think about. But yes, we'll have a whole presentation about this is kind of what we're imagining, and this is how it'll be used in a little bit, and you'll have time to work on it. You'll have time, just quiet writing time to work on it.
Totally.
A couple tiny practical things, just notes, things that we heard from the researchers as things that were noted on the survey. One or more folks, we have no idea ever, but we're having trouble hearing at some point, I think. So we'll try to remember to take these off when we're speaking. And also remember, if you'd like to have us directly in your ear, or your fellow panelists as well, directly in your ear, we have the interpretation devices, which you can just tune to English or Spanish. And if you'd like one, Phil, just see Phil and grab one. And then you can turn it up as loud as you'd like. The other thing I will note here is that somebody noted that the voting process yesterday was not as anonymous as they would like, that there are colors and you can kind of see. And acknowledge that the things were packed closely together. When we do the final voting, just to reassure you, it will be staggered and more anonymous, and you'll have space to not, to do that more anonymously. Okay, that's it.
Terrific. All right. So just a brief review of our agenda for today. We have arrived, at least physically. In a few minutes, we will arrive somewhat more cognitively and energetically with a little energizer. Then we will have subcommittee meetings. Yes, subcommittee meetings. So you'll get to meet with your subcommittees for the first time in person since you first convened back in June. And you'll be doing some planning for what your hours look like post tomorrow, July 11th. So you'll have plenty of time, full hour in those groups, and then a report back so that everybody can know what other subcommittees are working on. We'll take a little break. We will then get to review your prioritized options from yesterday. Just some reading time, a little bit of discussion in small groups. And then we will go back to vision statements. So Lynn and I will talk a little bit more about what a vision statement is, what this bundling of options looks like, we'll prime you for what you'll be doing for the rest of the day. We'll take a little gallery walk of your vision statements, or your visions, and then we'll sort into groups based on kind of similar visions. We'll take lunch, and then we will get into first workshopping groups that'll start to combine options into full site visions. Then we'll do a consulting session. So folks from different groups will come and, thanks, sorry. I promised myself when I got on the mic this morning that I was going to be good. Other members of other groups can give you feedback on what you're working on. And then that'll kind of be our back and forth rhythm today and tomorrow morning. Workshopping in your vision groups, consulting sessions, get some feedback, and then, and then we'll close. Maybe a little bit more work on vision statements. Alrighty. Any questions about the agenda? All right. So we're going to do a little energizer. We haven't done very many of these, but this is a 4-day weekend and lots of sitting. So just to get our brains warmed up, what we're going to do is, can I get a mod to stand near the 6 flip chart and a mod to stand near the little donut, on that side. Maybe some of you have done an activity like this. The spectrum from Dory to Jill is going to represent different answers to questions that I pose. And then you're going to move your body to the place on that spectrum that is your answer. So the first one for practice is, and then I'm going to ask you all to add additional questions, so be thinking, is I am ready to go, totally charged, ready for some democracy, couldn't be happier to be here on a Sunday morning. That's Dory, obviously. Two, I love you all, but I would probably rather be sleeping right now, is on Jill's side. So move your body to... Yeah, it's a spectrum, so. Right here. Wow. This is a pretty even spectrum, huh? Yeah, we've got some folks who are just wake up every morning ready to go for democracy. Yes. Amazing. And I really, really feel, I empathize a lot with all of you. I'm also feeling sort of exhausted. Yeah, stretching. Okay. Oh, where's my other question? Okay. Now the spectrum is, here, we'll switch it up this time. Jill is going to be, it's summer! Like, so excited it's summer! Do all the summer things. Dory is like, it's hot and this isn't very fun. Love summer, not so sure about summer, or strongly dislike summer. All right, all right. I forgot to ask this last time, but does anyone want to elaborate on how they feel about summer, where you placed yourself? You're just dancing over here in the summer crew. Yeah.
I feel the same way about this as I do about our voting. I'm like, agree, just one vote, not all the way to 2 votes.
It's a solid, somewhat agree with summer as a concept. That's awesome. Okay. Does anyone have one? A question? A spectrum? Yeah?
Feeling confident about a recommendation for tomorrow, not feeling confident about a recommendation tomorrow.
All right. Yeah. Feeling, so maybe in the process, or Glynis is suggesting feeling confident about a recommendation tomorrow versus not so confident. So Jill, super confident, in it to win it. Dory, maybe having a little bit of a, well, not quite sure how the next couple days are going to look. Awesome. Yeah. Okay. And folks in the middle, yeah, totally understandable. Yeah. What's that? Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, this middle quadrant for sure. Okay, another question, suggestion? Yeah?
Totally flippant spectrum here, but how do you feel about chocolate?
Ooh, I like this. How do you feel about chocolate? All for it, not so much. Yeah, in my personal snooty opinion, if you like white chocolate or milk chocolate, you're not really a chocolate lover. I'm sorry, that's quite a judgment.
I've got one.
Okay.
Can I propose one?
You may. Oh, wait, we might need to take
Yeah, totally.
a reflection on
Oh,
chocolate.
yeah, that's
though.
true.
Do you have one, or do you have a reflection? Okay, Lynn's going to do one, and then you. And does anyone? There's a lot of energy over here. Anyone want to say their piece about? what qualifies as chocolate? Yes. I am with you, Tina. I'm going to express an opinion about that, and I'm with you. Ooh, okay. People are feeling it now. We've got 3 on deck.
I'll be fast, but I have to ask this question. We've asked it at every panel that I think Healthy Democracy's ever done for the last 15 years, but we've never asked it on a spectrum. It's always been a yes or no. So this is going to be fun. Is a hot dog a sandwich? Yes, a hot dog is definitely a sandwich. No, a hot dog is definitely not a sandwich. It's not food. Oh, God. Oh, wow, this panel is very not a sandwich. Yes, not a sandwich? That is actually shocking. That is very interesting. Oh, my God.
All right. Maybe it's a California thing. Grew up here, and I'm totally with you guys. It's not a sandwich. Yeah. But really good sauerkraut on there and a nice bun. I mean, Jared, what's yours?
So what's the elation level of healthy democracy?
What level? Ooh, I'll repeat it, don't worry. The elation level of being here and part of healthy democracy. And elated over there, bummed about healthy democracy. I like the word elation.
Thanks, Jared. Really calling us out.
Sorry. What's that? Elation level with being here in a healthy democracy. I promise I didn't pitch this one. Well, I'll introduce you to the next question. We're moving your body on a spectrum based on the questions I ask. Oh, the elation level of being here with healthy democracy was Jared's. Elated, not so much. Oh, well, that feels nice. Wes had one, I think. Okay, I think Wes had one first, and then we'll do Tina's, and then we'll be done. What was it coffee to mimosas? I like this. All right. Not mutually exclusive, but kind of makes it interesting. All right, Dory's coffee. And maybe for like Sunday morning, what do you prefer? Coffee, mimosas. What's that? Coffee is that way. Yeah. Uh-huh. Coffee. Yeah. I think I'd be like, it's really 50-50. Yeah, or both. Yeah, that's a good way of interpreting the midline. Yeah, or neither. Maybe. Yeah. Awesome. Okay, one more from Tina. Tina. Okay. From you're going to miss being here after tomorrow over there to you won't miss us at all. Yeah, that's good. So very content with where the process is ending. Sorry for framing it negatively.
Well, clarification, are
Yeah.
we going to miss being here or are we going to miss the people?
Oh, I think that's up to your interpretation. Or ask Tina. Maybe Tina's just going to miss the dog. Okay, that was fun. Thank you for taking part. And I think we're going to move on to our next thing, which is subcommittee meetings. So let's see, if everyone just wants to sit down for a moment. So I think Lynn's going to read out the list just to remind everybody of what subcommittee they're in.
Yeah, thanks. And just a note I got from one of your technical advisors just now, to just introduce, to just say something about this really fast as well, which is that Ben asked me, how many hours does the panel have to work with? How much time are the subcommittees kind of planning for after July 11th? And that is the primary objective of the subcommittees, was to decide what to do, what your public outreach is, or what your policy impact sort of strategy is, et cetera, after July 11th. And the answer to that is that as of right now, you all have about 23 and a half hours, and I would say 24 hours or so as an entire panel to use. Did I do that math right? I think so. Or 22 and a half, something like that, of paid time that's in the budget, that's paid time for you, and it's paid time for staff as well to help you organize things. But that is spread across the needs and wishes of all 4 subcommittees. So you will have to jockey with your fellow subcommittees for the time of the panel. And also wanted to say that some of the activities in your subcommittee will be things that just your subcommittee will do by itself. And some of the things that you may propose to do will be things that you need other panelists to do, or maybe the entire panel to do with you. Hey, we want you to, we're going to create a survey as an evaluation subcommittee, but we need the whole panel to fill it out. So that's going to take several hours of folks' time on the evaluation subcommittee, and then a little bit of time from everybody else to fill it out. Is that? Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify how we got to that number. So in your initial invitation letter and kind of agreement with us, there were 15 hours to use to continue engaging with your community and with decision makers and with your fellow panelists after July 11th. Because we also missed some hours in June, because we had to switch to COVID for that weekend, we missed about 8.5 hours. So you're welcome to kind of just add that to your work after July 11th. There'll be, as Lynn said, more formal opportunities, less formal, big group, small groups. So yeah, just wanted to illuminate that number.
Yeah, and the other thing is that may not be evenly divided between all the subcommittees. For example, it's possible that the process subcommittee, if it decides to try to get you all back together again for some full group kind of deliberation at some point later on, well, that's going to chew up a fair number of hours. Whereas maybe the outreach subcommittee is kind of working more on its own and is good. I have no idea. No idea. But, just as an example. The other thing I wanted to mention is that today, and your moderators will know this in your small groups as well, your objectives for today are 3. 1, to nominate 2 coordinators in your groups, among your subcommittee. You don't have to remember this, don't worry. Nominate 2 coordinators. These are not like leaders of the group. These are like coordinators, people who are good at scheduling and keeping track of emails and willing to call people and that kind of thing. Number 1. Number 2, to schedule a monthly meeting for your subcommittee, a time that that you all can agree upon and a place as well for the next, at least monthly. If you want to meet more than monthly, by all means, at least monthly through October. Because October is that date when the City Council is going to have a work session. That's sort of the only thing that we know about happening after July 11th. They're going to have a work session in October to consider your recommendations in more depth. So that's what we're sort of suggesting here as just at least monthly meetings till then. And then by all means after that as well. Our contract with the city that we can pay you out of ends at the end of the year, this year. So basically, if you can use your hours before the end of the year, then we can pay you for them. And there's one other thing, that's right. The third thing was you don't have to plan out your entire, what you're going to do for the next few months today by any means whatsoever. But if you can just identify one thing as a subcommittee that you would like help with from the full panel. Now, this can be in addition to whatever other things you as a subcommittee do or other projects in the future. But if you can, just as an objective for today, identify one thing to bring back, because we'll come back to a report out and you'll tell the rest of the panel, hey, okay, we are this subcommittee, and this is our sort of one thing that we have decided today that we want the panel to know about, because we're going to be contacting you in the future. Or you will be contacting each other, yeah. Okay, cool. How many people here don't remember what subcommittee they were on? Okay, that's great, actually. If you don't remember which subcommittee you're on, no worries at all. I don't know that any of the moderators do either, so come and no shame in that whatsoever, by the way. It was one little short meeting. Come see me at the table over here, and I'll tell you where to go. In the meantime, let's set up that table right there with Jill. Oh, I've lost my sticky note. Hold on, sticky note finding. This table over here by the evaluators will be the evaluation subcommittee, and Jill will be your moderator for that group. This table in the middle here, let's make that the outreach subcommittee, and Carly and Mario will be your moderators there. And in this one in the corner there, let's make that the Policy Impact Subcommittee, and that will be Dory and Daniel at that one. And stay here at the large group table, but maybe let's cluster kind of in this corner as the Process Subcommittee, and Susie, you'll be here with us. And there is one sort of locally based moderator with each of these groups, so that they can stay with you if/when you have in-person meetings in Petaluma. All right. Anything to add? Question?
So if you forgot what group you're in, it's also on the Google Doc that was sent out with the names.
Thank you very much. That is true. Yep, but I will also be over here.
I have a question. Are these subcommittees something that we had kind of chosen to be on? Like, I'd like to be on the outreach because that's what I'm good at.
Yeah.
Is that what we did previously? So we just kind of stay with that?
Yeah, exactly. So you gave us your top 3 choices in ranked order, and Lynn did his very best to get everybody in at least their first or second choice. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I think about 2/3 of you got your first choice, and then some of you got your second, a few of you got your third. Yeah.
All right. Feel free to move and come see us if you need direction. What's that? Okay. All right, subcommittees, come on back. Minutes in the big group, yep. 15 minutes in the big group, yeah. Yep. All right, everyone take a seat. Yeah, a little stretching. Oh, I see there's a bathroom line. See, just anyone in the bathroom line who's able to wait until the break that we have in 15 minutes. If you need to stay there, totally fine. Hopefully you'll be able to listen. We're just going to do a report out in the large group of what happened in subcommittees. But we have a break right after this at 11:05. So everyone sit down. All right. Okay. Oh, that was fun. I had fun. Right, so before we take a break, we wanted to make some space for all of the subcommittees to share a little bit about what they're going to be inviting the full panel to do later this summer or later in the year. And this functions as, I'm curious, I'm super excited just to hear what you all are planning and scheming. And it functions a little bit as some accountability too. If you've kind of told the panel that you're going to invite them to do something, then hopefully you will. And people will be looking forward to it and reaching out to you and asking, hey, when's that fun thing going to happen? So we're just going to go group by group, say a little bit, maybe 3 to 5 minutes kind of on where your group landed, what you're thinking. Again, it doesn't have to be super specific, but just general strategy, idea, so that people can look forward to doing it. So maybe let's start with, which group was outside? Policy. Does the policy group want to start?
I'm just gonna read from our notes here. So the co-coordinators will be me and Liz for the Policy and Impact Committee. Our next meeting is July 24th at 2 o'clock, and we're going to discuss having meetings with city staffers at that time. Some of our actions are present recommendations to existing community groups. Glynis has compiled a list of 16 so far. If you think of any community groups that we should be presenting to, maybe let me know, or Glynis know. Glynis will outreach to groups to assess interest and times that we could come and present to them. And she's going to share that information with me and Liz, and we'll coordinate our panel, and also inviting anybody on the panel who would like to come and make presentations with us. And Dory is to set up a shared Excel template to be populated by me and Liz to coordinate all of that. So thank you.
Got some applause. Thanks so much. All right. That's very exciting. Congratulations on coming to a decision and having a plan and action items. That's awesome. Okay, let's go next to the group that was back here, right back here, the Public Outreach Committee. What do you have in store for us?
Okay, so we kind of did an overview of what we were thinking as public outreach, but our activity for the panel starts today, and through July 20th, we're going to be asking all the panelists to think about their top 3 talking points or questions that you think you may be asked and how you would answer them. And then once we get everybody's top 3, then we can compile and see if there's any common ground and come up with a list. And then, we'll report back to you guys with that. So if you guys can email it to Mary, her email address, and somebody will be emailing everybody today with that information for you guys to do. With that, we're also going to create a list of bullet points of just simple information and some links that the public can go to find out more information if it's not provided. We are going to meet again on July 3rd, or August 3rd, sorry. So that'll be our next meeting, and then from there we're going to decide on different activities that we want to do with the public and to reach out to them, and possibly invite different media outlets to our subcommittee after that, the next subcommittee meeting. So if you guys have any media outlets or certain groups you'd like us to reach out to, please include that in the email that you send, or let us know, any of us. Did I miss anything?
That's awesome. All of these ideas are awesome. Lynn and I are just giddy. Here is the process. It is yours now. All right. Evaluation Subcommittee. What did you come up with?
We had asked for Waka to do it, but he's concerned he can't see, so we made a change via text. Sorry, what? She. Yeah. She's going to do it, sorry.
In the evaluation subcommittee, we mostly discussed different things that we'd want to know about the report, about like the implementation of the report, financial implications, like how the community reacted.
Waka, would you mind getting a little bit closer to the mic?
Yeah, we were talking about what the general effects of the report, like the implementation, the community reaction, outreach efforts, things like that. And overall, we came to summarize into one question, which is what the community's perspective is on the recommendations of this panel and on the work of this panel. We want to assess the perspectives of the work of this panel, of course, and we also did some brainstorming as to how we're going to do this. We thought about doing some surveys, both mail-in and online. And we also thought about, for people who may not be accessible through those methods, to also set up booths at places like farmers markets and other major local events, potentially like working with the outreach committee to enable us to more effectively make this work.
Amazing. Yeah.
Thank you.
It's so cool. Thank you. All right, and now we have the process committee. Jasmine.
So Jackie and I are the coordinators for the group, and we're going to be meeting August 14th at 10:30. And we selected to do two options.
The first one is this will involve the entire panel and more people possibly, details are still to be known, where we want to do a charrette. A charrette is basically a process where you would be in a room and separated into smaller groups, like what we do with our breakouts, and you would be teamed up with an architect or a planner, and you would have a site plan at each table of the fairgrounds, the one that's existing now, and then you would have something like tracing paper over it, and that group would be working with an architect or a planner to try to visualize the space and actually draw on the site plan based off what we came together with the principles and site options reports. The purpose of this exercise is to help us visualize what the space could look like based on what we've recommended or what we think that the community wants, and actually be able to see it in real life. The purpose of having an architect or a planner there is to help guide things like, if we had if we wanted to put a community center, where would be a good space for it? What kind of considerations do you need to have? They would have the kind of expertise to help us think about things like traffic, location, what do you want to have around that space? Does it make sense? Is that how normally other places do it? Because we aren't planners, but we can leverage their, we can leverage their expertise to be able to provide informed visualizations of different options of what the site can look like. So that's what we're going to help organize, and hopefully I'll help get your participation on that. And we may try to bring in other members of the community as well. So that's one event that we're organizing. And then the other is we're just going to also be kind of on call. So as other committees come up with events that they think it will involve the whole panel or the community, we can be part of that process to help you organize elements, think through how to do the engagement piece. So feel free to, communicate with us if you need help with that. And that's what we're there for too. Thank you.
Awesome. Yeah, round of applause for all of the subcommittees, all of your work. It's so cool. I'm so excited. We just have a few minutes, but does anyone have a comment or a burning question for any of the subcommittees that just presented? Yeah.
I'm wondering if there's any value in, or just thinking about possibly all of us, each group meeting together at one time so that everybody knows what everybody else is doing and how we could maybe support each other, and share information, basically disseminate information as well. Just a idea.
Yeah. Proposal for another full panel meeting. Did you have something to add, Brian? Can you speak into the mic?
I'm not entirely clear on what we are doing with the meetings. From the time that we've submitted the information and they've begun their decision-making process until we see them again. I'm not sure if we are convincing, just conveying what we've done, what exactly. I mean, I get that I can describe and go out and describe this process between the time we've given our recommendations and they come back with the response. I can recognize that. But as far as what we are doing with the public, I'm not really sure what effect we are going for.
Does anyone want to respond to that? Jackie?
So as the process committee, that was something that we spent some time talking about, at least within the confines of our group, in that what we're doing is adding detail, adding footnotes, adding exhibits to the report, where, yes, the final report has been submitted, but we have the opportunity to flesh it out a little bit more. And we've talked about additional community involvement to do that, and we're still deciding how that's going to look. But I would hope that, right, I know we'd be working with the outreach committee, that we'd be working with a number of other committees to do that, and I would hope that each would be a similar vein.
Can I propose to follow up on what Grace and you just said? Jackie, sorry. I get Jackie and Liz sometimes mixed up. That we could have the HD support team schedule like a 1 or 2 hour Zoom with all the subcommittees via email or something at some point in time. Can I propose that as a suggestion and see if the group agrees?
Can I make another proposal as well? What if we just had the coordinators meet? That way we could still save those hours for everybody else and be more efficient, maybe. And then as the coordinators, we would come back to our own groups and be like, hey, this is what all the committees are doing. How can we use each other?
Applause vote. How does the original proposer feel about that? Okay, all right. So perhaps we can coordinate with the coordinators to schedule that. Coordinators, would that work for you? Or to help, provide a little bit of scheduling support there. Okay. And we're thinking, what was the initial timeline? A month out? A couple months? What's that?
Yeah, maybe like end of August or September. Is that a month from now?
Okay.
Or mid-August?
After everybody's first meeting.
Okay. Okay.
I don't think we said our first meeting is for the evaluation is August 7th. Is that correct? Team evaluation?
August 14th.
Yeah, ours is August 14th.
Maybe
so-
late August.
Yeah, maybe right after that one.
Right. Oh, we have one more hand, and then what's that? Never mind. Okay. I see one more hand, Liz, and then we'll go on break.
Brian, I've heard your frustration of wondering why we are meeting, and I could be totally my own opinion here, but I've also heard some reservation from you on whether the city is taking our recommendations seriously. So I think some of our outside meeting and getting engaged with the community is sort of, if the city is aware that it's this publicly known, that this is the wants and needs of the community, and we are out there and showing them that if you do something behind closed doors, everyone's going to know. I don't know if that clarifies anything to you, but that's sort of how I think that these following sessions and meetups can help. It's helping our ammo for the city to really hear that this is what the community wants.
I was just wondering what aspect of advocacy I would be going about as I'm presenting these. I was wondering which interests am I representing? Am I actually, do we feel that our recommendation is strong and we're advocates for taking our policy recommendation and we're bringing it to the public with the hope that the public will have a reaction response that goes back to the city council because the process has already been made? If that's what we're doing, that's one thing. If it's another thing is if we're showing that the process is of healthy democracy, no matter how dirty it may appear, or messy I meant, not dirty, messy, however that appears is what we're describing, and we're advocating more for this process, which is a new and entirely separate thing from the product, the deliverables that we're delivering, in my humble opinion. That's all I was referring to.
And those are not mutually exclusive. We
No.
can be out advocating for both.
I was just
both.
asking what the recommendation
Yeah.
was for me as an individual, that's all.
Yeah, great distinction, super important. Thanks for bringing that, Brian. We'll take a comment from Eric, and then I have a brief comment on that, and we'll still take our break.
I just want to anybody's question about this. The Public Outreach Committee, we were discussing bullet points, but talking points. In other words, kind of like just the facts, so that we're not misspeaking, so we can, a lot of that is in these binders, but as we know, we've been in this for a while, it's a lot to wade through, so we want to have some very easy to understand and disseminate talking points that are accurate, non-judgmental, and then as questions come back, if we can't answer them, we don't need to make up answers. We can refer them to the correct subcommittee and coordinate among us and publish that, offer links to things. Because, you may have a neighbor who works for the city. You may have another neighbor that lives, a more agricultural life and wants nothing to change. And so you just want to give them factual answers, not necessarily your opinion, just what. And this is our superpower. This is the public's power is this process. So.
Thanks, Eric. Yeah, and just to speak a little bit to that directly too as well, I think our intention for these hours was, really for that to be up to you, but indeed kind of staying engaged. I think you said it beautifully, Liz, staying engaged will likely mean that your recommendations have more weight in the community with decision makers. But there is this really important distinction that we'll talk about more tomorrow also between talking about process and talking about content. And once your final recommendations are out tomorrow, we do kind of ask everyone to to not try to speak on behalf of the panel unless you're speaking directly about something that's in that report. At the same time, you all are so welcome to speak about your experience, of course, to anyone and everyone, of the process of this type of process, the process that you moved through to get to those recommendations. So that is a really important distinction there that we'll come back to. Thank you. I think that was a really rich discussion and worth going a couple minutes over. We will now take a break until 11:22. We'll be back here. All right.
Okay, come back on in. All right, if you can make your way to the rectangle, we'll just be here for a moment, but need to get set up with the next activity here. I think we're still missing a few folks. Any ideas? There's a couple folks still outside, but if anybody can grab the folks from outside. All right, thanks much. All right, as you have noted when you sit down, if you hadn't noticed it before, there is a sheet there that is new, which is the results from yesterday. Also, Jared. Amazing. Amazing. That's amazing. Oh my gosh. Yeah, so this is the results from yesterday. You will note that there is a column there for unresolved questions. Those are what was left, whatever was left on the sticky notes, which were mostly questions, but could have been other comments. On the far right there is the score. And you can see how it broke down. And it could be interesting to also look at how it broke down between the strongly agree to the disagree. Because it may be in some case, it's like strongly agree, a little bit less somewhat, a little bit less neutral. But in other cases, it might be a bunch strongly. Go. Question. You got, okay, fantastic, thanks. It could be in some cases there's a ton of strongly agrees and a ton of disagrees, and that could tell you, ooh, this is a polarizing one right here. So that's why we put all the data there for you to look at. But yeah, ordered with the most popular on the top. And this next 20 minutes is just 15 to 20. It's going to be just small groups where you will just spend a few minutes looking over the, well, actually, we'll spend a few minutes right here, just give you 5 minutes to look over read the options, and then you'll have a few moments to discuss them in small groups. So let's just take 5 minutes or so just to read through them. Jasmine.
Can I just say thank you for everybody who compiled all of this information in such a short period of time.
Oh, thank you.
It's amazing.
Thank you. It was a full team effort. Almost every single person was involved. Yeah.
Are we able to revise this before it's finalized?
You may have noticed a typo or two on there, perhaps. And yes, this is not public. So this is for you to use, and yes, can make revisions.
And then also, sorry, I noticed that some of these have like 29 votes compiled together and some have like 20. So not everyone had voted.
It's possible. Let us know if there's any that are as low as 20. That feels low, although we know for sure that not everybody voted on every one. There were different numbers of votes, and that's kind of the same. That is exactly the same as voting don't know or neutral. So, yeah, it just counts as a 0, and yeah.
And there are 3 panelists, 3 I believe, who were not here for the voting exercise yesterday, whose votes we will still collect.
Correct. Sorry, this is a tiny technicality, but Brandy, what you just said, I misspoke just now. It's actually, if someone didn't vote, their vote just wasn't included in the average. So basically, the average is an average of the people who did vote. All right, I'm just going to start splitting up the groups. You can always continue. You'll have this to continue looking at it in small groups and afterwards. So we're going to do 5 groups today. Unfortunately, Carly, our moderator, had to go home just a little while ago because she was having some really severe neck pain. So, yeah, so wish Carly the best, and we're going to split into 5 groups here. I'm going to start from this side first. So to Trisha, you are group 1. Okay. Carl, you are group 2. Robert, you're group 3. Selena, you're group 4. There we go. And you're group 5. So head on back to your groups, and we'll just take 15 minutes to just continue to read / note your observations. What stands out to you? What stands out to you about how this shook out? right, please come back to the rectangle. Please head up to the rectangle if you're in the back of the room. We miss you at the rectangle. Just for while we're getting settled here, does anyone need a pen? Does everyone have a pen? And also, one pen, 2 pens necessary. Does everyone, thank you very much, Daniel. And does 3 pens, I'm seeing 3 pens, maybe just grab a handful of pens. And does anyone need a, actually, I think you all have those little yellow notepads. Does anyone not have a yellow notepad? I'm seeing 1, 2, feel free to grab them, or actually a mod, if you can grab, a mod can grab one, actually that'd be great. Is that all right? Okay. 1 sheet left, oh my gosh. Okay, another, yeah, perfect. Or scraps of scrap paper, all right, we can work on that. You have a few minutes. There should be some extra old option forms back there, I think. Sorry about that, mods. Okay, so this is a new kind of thing. Ta-da! Pens, I think 1, Robert, Lena needed a pen. And Patty over here. Super. So, take a little bit. So the idea of this is we've done lots of stuff where you've been bringing in information from other folks and yourselves, where you've been sort of with an open mind, thinking about all the many different things. Even yesterday, as you're considering different options and working on them. And we're, as a way to sort of start to shift gears into thinking about, okay, each of you have taken in all of this information, and what are the different kinds of overall visions going to be for the site? How do we start to piece this together? And this is just the first piece of this, the first way to do this. And it's very simple. You're just going to have some time to write a statement of what your overall vision is. You yourself, just what your 100%, if you could have a magic wand, this is how what I would do, what I would value. Yeah, hold off on don't write it now. Don't write it now. We've got a little bit more explanation. Sorry. What I know, ready to go, understandably so. So yeah, what your overarching vision is. Additionally, optionally, if you get done with that, to then also think about what a vision is that might be that is from you, but is probably more acceptable to the whole panel. So start with your 100%. This is what I would absolutely want if it were just me, a panel of one. And then, I guess that's not what democracy is called, is it? And then put yourself a little bit more in the mindset of what would be acceptable to more of the panel. Start to sort of, what's the word? Compromise with yourself. Compromise with yourself and write a second statement, if you have time, on what you think is more along the lines of for the whole panel. Does that, well, actually, I won't ask whether that makes sense because we have an example. And we're just going to do the first of those, just our 100%. We're just going to start there. So.
Okay. So we've prepared a little example that goes through the scenario of Lynn and I on a panel trying to design a new water park. Super exciting. Love water parks. So we've each written our vision statements. And we'll share those, and then we'll kind of, take a couple steps further and show you what it will look like after you write your vision statements this afternoon, how we then start to bundle options together from those vision statements. But first, here. So my vision statement is a water park with lots of variety where I don't have to get wet.
And my vision is for an adrenaline junkie playground, but also with plenty of chill spots to hang out. Now, oh, yep, nope, you.
That's what we do on the phone all the time. So you see there's a little bit of value, and there's some things that sound like principles maybe, overarching vision, but these can also include some options, right? I mean, this is kind of a blend of the two, an overarching statement, chill spots to hang out. Maybe that's even an option on the wall. Not terribly specific, but it really starts to point you in the direction of specific options. So, you're going to take questions on vision statements first?
Well, that's a good idea. Yeah, anybody have questions on this? And I'm not sure I said, just like one or two sentences. Mm-hmm. 1 or 2 sentences. Deb?
Oh, yeah.
That was it? Ha! I read your mind. Okay, cool. All right. Go for it, Lena. Into the mic, please.
Does it have to be a sentence, or can it be words also for those of us who might, maybe it would organize itself later? Or do you want it to be a statement?
Yeah, I think phrases, words, that would be.
Just want to open up ways to.
Yeah.
Good idea.
Yeah. These are not actually full sentences.
Yeah.
So
yeah, it's true.
Totally fine.
Yep.
Is this 2 sentences intended to be site options, principles, or both?
Can be both. Yeah, can be sort of including both kinds of things. Yeah, I mean, my sort of example here, yeah, maybe include something that's sort of maybe adrenaline junkie playground is very principle-y kind of, and yeah, chill spots, not super specific, but maybe like that's a thing that I want. Yeah.
Yeah, similar variety might be just a value for the whole site. And I don't have to get wet. It's still a principle, but it's more specific of a principle. So we're kind of running the whole spectrum. Okay. So imagine now, and you're not going to be doing this in this next activity, but we wanted to take a moment just to illustrate what the sequencing is after this. So we've both written our vision statements. We sit down in a group together, and we are looking at the list of options that we've previously created, just like you all have your list of options. And we have this concentric circle diagram here with a yes ring, and this kind of whole site vision or bundle of options. These are the things that our group of 2 definitely can agree on that are going to be at our water park. And then there's a ring out here that maybe one of us is really passionate, maybe the other's not quite so sure on. So maybe Lynn starts to propose an option.
Yeah, I'm kind of looking at both of our visions and thinking, okay, I see one thing here immediately that I think we can both agree on 100%, and that's the beachside bar. That's a chill hangout spot, and you don't have to get wet.
Yeah.
Are we that okay? Fair.
Yeah. I'm great with that. Is there going to be a real beach?
Well, we might have to negotiate the specifics in a little bit. Yeah.
Getting ahead. All right, and I might say, let's see here, something that I think we could both agree on. The aquarium, I had a lot of support, and I can look at water but not have to get wet. It's pretty chill watching fish.
Yeah, I'm cool with that. Yeah, maybe we could, yeah, totally. If we could hang out there, I think then I'll be good. But I want to point out something that Alex just said. You mentioned that seemed to have a lot of support. So that is another marker for you. That's why you have that report in front of you that you've just reviewed, is that may influence, hey, we kind of know the rest of the panel really cares about blank. So that may be something we want to try to include. Or maybe not. Glynis?
So I just had kind of a concern, and maybe I'm getting hung up on the wrong thing. But when we were in small groups, we talked about the lake path, and there is no lake on the site. But when you said beachside bar, it's kind of the same thing. It's like, are we including things that we agree on, even though they're like, we're not talking about the lake or the beach, which is everything else is prefaced on?
Yeah, good question. Interesting. Oh, is there something else?
Sorry, I was going to say that I thought that this example was like in building a new water park entirely, so that building something is part of this exercise, this example, where this isn't part of this is just their example for how this exercise goes. And it's in, rather than like where we're looking at fairgrounds use, they're looking at building a water park.
Totally, yeah. Don't read too much into our example, that's for sure. But I think, Glynis, were you talking about sort of something else, you were talking about something else, that something that just doesn't, that's kind of just doesn't exist right now, and how, maybe, or can you explain a little bit more of what the?
Let me know if I'm off topic.
Yeah.
So there's no lake on the fairgrounds. However, that is an option, a lake path. It struck me because the similarity on, you don't have agreement on like a body of water, which is a big thing. Like, how do we support options, or like who cares if we agree on an option that's irrelevant and doesn't, like, we didn't ever talk about agreeing on a lake, so if there's no lake, how's the path relevant?
Right. Yeah, I hear that question, yeah. And I think that points to another element of this exercise, is that the options here, as Lynn mentioned, are not in their final form. They will continue to evolve. So you might, in this kind of bundling exercise and coming up with a full bundle of options underneath a vision, recognize things like that. Maybe it's obvious as an individual option, or maybe you only see something like that once things are paired together. Oh, I'm sorry. And can build on that option or tweak it slightly as a group at this stage. So you're not bound just to those options. Add detail. Yeah.
Yeah, totally. If I can add to that. It's a super good question. I think it points to, if something is to just sort of be free with it for the moment, not worry too much, but to recognize where something might be dependent on something else. And so later on down the road, we've said, oh, this is actually quite important to us, and we think we want to build this in, but actually that means that we're going to have to figure out this other thing. That's a really important recognition to try to work out later on, through this process. So yeah, that could sort of help work backwards to, okay, that means we've got to pull something else into yes as well in order to make that happen, kind of.
Thank you for letting me understand that there's more process to refine the options. I thought we were done with options.
Good point. Yes. All options are totally open to refinement and compromise, because they have to be in order for you to be able to negotiate with each other. These are your ingredients that you're going to have to mix and change in order to, yeah, totally. Jasmine, do you have a question? You're good. Deb?
Okay, this is half joke, half serious. So your example there, I realize, is an example of a beach bar. Let's say I said, oh, I never thought of that. Let's throw some sand and sell some cocktails. Somebody get a liquor license. Is that what we're doing? Like, we can just throw anything out at this? Do you see what I mean by it's half joke, half serious?
Yeah, I think so. A kind of dual answer here, maybe. I think yes, in this activity, especially as you're beginning to bundle, don't get too tied up in constraints. This really is a visioning exercise. Try to think of, as many things as might be able to coexist that your group can agree on reasonably. Also, there are constraints, and that was part of the exercise as you added, space details and time details to your options over the last couple days. Those might really come in handy at this point. You might have an option that says the beachside bar has to take up half of the square footage of our new water park, and something else is going to take, Lynn wants the lazy river to be the entire park. I mean, those can't coexist. So those are good ins too to this negotiation. What's easily compatible? What's not compatible? And we also have a couple different versions of site maps for you today that we'll introduce in a workshopping session, so you can make those things a little bit more concrete as you work through options.
Jasmine?
Kind of a process question. So we're all going to be trying to formulate language to kind of create our own vision statements, and then we're going to be trying to see what options fit within those to see how inclusive they are. At the same time, we'll be modifying some of the options to make them more concrete, maybe compromise. So how are we, if each of us develop a vision statement, are we voting on them before we get to this process? Because I'm trying to understand how we're going to, like, we have 100 and something options, right? How are we doing that with every single one?
That's a good point. We missed a step here. About where I'm standing, there's another step in the process, which is this is sort of individual work time, and then before lunch, you'll put these onto the sticky wall, look at each other's visions, sort them into groups, sort of see who you may have some commonality with. This is, you already may have noticed some commonality with other panelists, but this is a really clear moment to start to see that. And then you'll start to group yourselves together a bit, or your visions together on the wall. And then after lunch, you'll be broken out into groups kind of based on those groups. So kind of affinity groups, that kind of thing around. Now, your visions won't all be the same, but hopefully you will group yourselves into groups who have, okay, we have enough in common that we can work together on some kind of shared vision here. And those groups will change. You will move between groups probably. You will, some of you will be in, in larger groups or smaller groups. Yeah, but that's kind of how, what transfers here, so that by the time you're in this group together, working together, you're with people that you have some things in common with in terms of your vision, and hopefully that starts to expand a little bit later.
Yeah. Just one additional detail there. If during that process, again, we'll elaborate on this later, you don't see a vision group that you feel particularly aligned with, we'll just encourage you to go with a group that you think you might be able to improve or have some influence over, right? Be a part of that negotiation and spend a little bit of time in a group that maybe you don't fully agree with, maybe you won't even vote for in the final prioritization, but you'll have time and tomorrow to kind of branch off and create your own vision and bundle of options.
Okay, cool. Thanks for all the questions. Feel free to ask us more questions. We know this is a new step in the process, a new kind of thing as well. And yeah, but let's just take some, just to start it off, put pen to paper and write out your vision. And then if you finish that, also compromise with yourself that you think more of the panel might be interested in. We'll take 15 minutes. 15 minutes. Just quiet work time. I forgot a piece. Please put your panelist number on the back of the sheet that you're working on, so that nobody, not your name on the front, so nobody sort of judges it based on your name, but just your number on the back so that you can keep track of it. also just wanted to say if anyone has any questions, just raise your hand and we'll come chat. For sure, absolutely. Awesome. Yeah, I guess hold on just a second before putting it up on the wall. Want to just make something clear that a couple moderators brought to our attention graciously that may be confusing. You want to do it? Sure.
Just to clarify, so this, in our example, this list of options is intended to just be the final, they're the list of options in front of you. So you're pulling off of that list. It's not the idea to fully go back to the drawing board and start a whole new brainstorm. You're looking at that list. You can draw from anywhere on that list, but it's a useful tool to see what's higher, what might have the most support, and therefore what bundle might have more support from the panel. Yeah, what really is important to people. Is that helpful?
Okay, I think that was our only announcement. We do have actually, before I misspoke, let me stop myself. 2 more quick announcements before you are released to the wall and then to lunch after that. One from researchers. I think you have something to ask.
Great, thanks. I'll be quick. This is such a neat activity where you see your own personal vision and then what you think is a realistic vision for the community. Your voice is important, and in the same way you've sought to amplify voices of marginalized groups, we as a research team want to amplify your individual voice on your experience down the road, not now, you're busy. But so thank you so much for the 23 people who signed up to be contacted afterwards. Marjan and I would just like to put out, if you're thank you very much to the people who have signed up to be contacted after the process is over, to be interviewed, you individually sharing your point of view. If anyone was not able to sign up on July 2nd and would like to, Marjan in back has her laptop there, and you can add your name to that list. It's just me, Ben Graham, Marjan, Shravidya, and Stephanie. You will not be barraged with emails. We promise we won't do that or anything like that. It's just a chance to amplify your voice. So please add your name to the list, and it's confidential. Everything that you share would be confidential. So thanks for your consideration, and thank you to the 23 who signed up.
And yeah, as a reminder, I think there were 1 or 2 people who came up to me yesterday and asked, hey, I wasn't here on that day where I said, with a little form that was like, yes, I consent for Healthy Democracy to share my contact info with fellow panelists, researchers, filmmakers. If you'd just like to fill out that form, see us, and you can do it all at once as well. I think, Jared, you good? You have a question? Go for it.
Sorry, did you have a list of people who signed up?
Sweet. Confirm with Marjan if you're on the list, if you want to make sure you're on the list. Deb? It's not exactly the same because some people said, yes, share my info with fellow panelists, but not with researchers or whatever. But it's from the same, it's based on all that stuff. Yeah, exactly. And Phil has an announcement about food.
Yeah, just in regards to lunch, the sandwiches are really, really big. And just to make sure that everybody gets the sandwich option of their choice, if you want to start with half a sandwich, unwrap the whole sandwich, take half, and leave half maybe for the next person, that would be helpful. So, thank you.
Okay, any other thoughts or questions from anyone? All right, you're very welcome to continue working on your visions. Oh, sorry, go for it.
I'd like to confirm that you guys are going to be typing up all of our vision statements so they all look uniform. Is that right?
Yeah. I have offered that. I need to confirm that we indeed have capacity.
Okay.
I think that's a great idea. Yeah, we're going to try our best to type up all the vision statements so they're very easy to read in the next activity. All right. Go to the wall.
And then feel free to go to lunch and also look at the wall.
One other thing to mention is if you have a particular sandwich order, a special order, it will be on the round table.
Welcome back, everyone. We, as you're coming back, feel free to make your way back to the sticky wall. Hopefully everyone put their vision statements on the sticky wall. If you didn't create one, incidentally, that's totally okay, or two. Put them back on the sticky wall, or if you hadn't put them, or just walk back there and read what other people have written. We are replacing the handwritten ones with printed ones that are just printing now. So we'll just replace those as we go here, but we didn't want to stop up the time too much. Back at the wall, I'm wondering if there's any way to maybe spread out the vision statements across the entire wall, just to give a little bit more space. They're a bit clumped, which I think maybe, and once they get spread out a little bit, if you're here at the rectangular table, please make your way back there and take a little walk of the wall and a read of what your fellow panelists have written. All right, if you haven't moved back to the sticky wall, please move back this way, because we're actually the next thing is going to be at the sticky wall, where we're going to organize into groups, and hopefully you got a chance to read other folks' statements there. We've just about replaced them all with text. I want to just make a note at this point about, sort of the point in the process that this represents, because as I think I mentioned this morning, this can be a moment in the process where it can be sort of relieving to see other people putting down things that you share an opinion with, and it can also be a moment in the process where you feel like, gosh, there aren't a lot of other people that are saying what I want to say. And both of those are going to happen, are totally okay. As we sort into new groups here, based on what you've written back here, this is just a first sort of step. You're going to shuffle and reshuffle and move to new groups and get to have a chance to have impact on a number of different groups and what they're working on. But Alex, are we ready to go with this in terms of sorting? Yep. Okay, so back here at the wall, as we have done before, everyone take your own statement, and only your own, or statements, plural, if you wrote a couple of them, and help to move them toward other ones that are, you think, like yours, or that are, that you would like to work with, that you feel like you have something in common with. And if you really feel like you don't have anything in common with any of them up there, that's okay, no worries. But if you can find another one that you have something in common with, move it toward that run and see if you can let's see if we can create some clusters of at least vaguely similar vision statements in some way. Anne just asked a really great question. If you wrote two different statements, they can go in two different places. That's totally fine. Or they can stay together. Just cluster them as appropriate.
Yeah, just confirming, if anyone does not see their statement up there, just come talk to us. It has not disappeared. We tried to double and triple check that everyone's was there, but let us know. Okay. Can everyone raise their hand if you feel like you've put yours in its spot? You're kind of done with the... Yeah, if you're done for now, raise your hand. Oh, yeah. Hey, Izzy, Waka. Are you all feeling done over there? Yeah. Are you feeling done? Like you found your spot, at least for now, for the moment? One more. Okay. We'll do one more minute. Awesome. All right. Fantastic work, everyone. So now, if I can have everyone's attention, if you can hear me snap once, if you can hear me snap twice, every time. So it's looking like there are some clusters emerging. This is great. I wonder, maybe let's all just step back from the wall for a moment. And before we all come over and stand near clusters, let me see if I'm understanding the organization. Is this one cluster emerging? No. Okay, and where's the division? Right here? Okay. Is that accurate? Anybody whose vision statements I'm moving, feel free to tell me if this is not your understanding. These two moving also? Okay. How did these... Okay. So how did these folks feel about being in this cluster, just to start out with? Does this feel like a cluster that's emerging for now? Okay. And this will be... Sorry.
Just had a request that somebody folks use mics when talking up.
Is this... Okay. Let's actually... Well, let's do it this way maybe. Sounds like there might be a division in this group that has yet to happen, which is fine. Is that what I'm understanding? And let's not do that right now, but let's see if all the other clusters are kind of right. And then this group maybe sits down together at first and then decides whether you want to branch off from each other. Does that work as a proposal? Okay. So this group kind of coalescing. Actually, no. Let's just move on down the wall. I think I already asked about that one. It seems like a clear cluster. Folks are kind of ready to work with other vision statements here. They're kind of a cluster here. Maybe these individuals, orphans. Okay. Strays, perhaps. And then a cluster kind of emerging here. Here. I think the rest feel pretty clear. So we have a total of, and Lynn, hop in at any point. We have a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 main clusters. And a couple folks who may be asked to join one of these groups just to begin workshopping. So let's see. It would be great at this stage if we could have 5 groups. Are there any of maybe these smaller groups who would like to sit down at a table together and maybe begin their workshop together, see if there's any commonality? Or do we want to just start off as 6? That would work too. I'll take a proposal maybe from any of the people who are going to be in one of these smaller clusters. Let's not worry about these right now, but rather, okay, so we have 4 clusters. 1, I see carbon neutral, welcome in space, climate positive in this cluster. 100% publicly accessible. Fairgrounds become a community gathering, lush green community open space, this cluster. Emergency response community resilience. Oh, this is 1. That's right. Okay, so we do have 5. That's right. Thank you. Okay. These were 2. Yeah. Okay, so I think that's what we'll do. Yeah, we'll go. And mods, let's make sure that tables are numbered. So we're about to divide folks into 5 workshopping groups. And I think we want to give instruction for this now or get back on the mic once folks are seated. So just try to go to your table, get settled, but we'll come on the mic in just a moment with more instruction. This will be group 1. So we'll also put a marker here if you need to come check that with someone. Excellent. This will be group 2, workshopping for now groups. Yeah. Yeah. So group 1 will be over here in the corner. Group 2 is going to be right here where Daniel is sitting. This will be group 3, which will be hey Susie, can you make that table 3? Group 3 will be back with Susie. Group 4 will, can we use this? Yeah. Will be where Ben is currently sitting. And group 5 right here will be back with Dory.
So just as a reminder, this is group split in by your vision statement. So if you put your vision statement in this cluster, then go to group 1, in this cluster, group 2, etc. And if you didn't write a vision statement, that's perfectly fine. Choose whichever group you'd like to join and help them out. Or if you had were a single person here, join another group and find a group to join. All right. All right. So yes, take your visions with you, and let's borrow that sticky wall, if we can, for this group. Yes. Thanks for that. And mods. This is a little bit different than how we just showed it this morning. If I can have your attention for just another moment. Feel free to continue grabbing. So we realized during lunch that there was a little bit of an issue with our plan, as we, from time to time realize those kind of things, which is that doing this in the circles on a flip chart is going to get super overwhelming super fast. So that's why we're back connected to sticky walls and are hoping that we can make the move to just using the sticky wall with a yes circle in the middle and a maybe circle outside rather than the flip chart. Same thing, just use the sticky walls and use cards, sort of center some cards in the middle that are, easy, low-hanging fruit. Definitely our group can agree on these things. And some cards that sort of are around the outside that are things that, we're not sure about, our group is a bit divided on, etc. Is that fair to everyone? Does that make sense, what we're doing? Okay, so this group will use this sticky wall, that one, that one, that one, that one, and these two have their own. All right, so this first round of workshopping here, all good. So this first round here, as we mentioned before the break, you've organized yourselves into groups based on some commonality. Now you're about to discover or rediscover what those commonalities are. What are the things that you have in common? And particularly, what are the options that sort of are bringing you together? What are the things that are going to end up in the center of the bullseye? Yes, basically everybody in our group, we're gathered because we agree on blank. Write that option down on those options down on the colored cards and put them in the center of the now imaginary circle. We'll fix that. It won't be imaginary for long. And if you start to identify things that you're like, oh, I think this is something we can all agree on, and some other people in your group are like, no, I don't think so. That's just fine. Just put it a little bit outside the center of the circle in the maybe area. And that's what this activity is. I think that's it, right? We're going to do that for about 30 minutes or so. Yep. Good. Oh no, Trish. Tell me off the visions. Is that right? So no, it doesn't have to be based on just what you've written. Is the answer? That's a great question. Thank you for that. It can be, but that hopefully will help you to identify what is in common among the folks in your group, because you've sort of sorted into these groups based on these statements. But if you identify other things that weren't immediately evident from your statements that you have in common, or you sort of have in common, that's cool. Yep. I'm sorry, thank you so much. I did skip right over the first detail in here, which is, yes, please go around in your group and each of you read your vision. And if you have two visions in front of you, yes, read them both and explain to the group which one is which. Yep. Any other questions or thoughts? All right. Super. Go for it. We'll wander around and just about 3-4 minutes with this, and then don't worry, you'll come back to these groups after. But just finish up what you're working on in the next 3 minutes, and we'll come back to this just after. About one more minute just in for now. Don't worry, you'll come right back to these groups in just a little bit. All right. I'm about to do snaps. If you can hear me snap once, if you can hear me snap twice, if you can hear me snap 3 times, I'm so sorry to interrupt you. I know you were still midway in all of this. We extended it a bit. And, oh, wait just a second. We've got some everyone take just a deep breath. Okay, super. So this is just a little interlude in the middle of this this workshop time. So don't worry, you'll come right back to these groups in a little bit. But we're about to do a consulting session. And the idea here is so that you all can see, or many of you can see, what's happening at some other groups and help to advise those groups on some questions they have, what's in the maybe area perhaps, or other sort of question marks they've been working on, things that they have disagreement about, or just give them other kinds of feedback. And so that you can start to see if there's another group that you are perhaps closely aligned with, that you may want to merge with later, or a group that you split from just a little while ago that you may want to remerge with or see what they're doing. So here's how this is going to work. Depending on the size of your group, 1 or 2 people are going to stay behind. If you're a group of 2 to 4, just nominate 1 person to stay behind. If you're a bigger group of 5 or more, then nominate 2 people to stay behind. Everyone else is going to stand up, and then I will give additional directions for movement. So if you're staying put, stay seated. If you're moving to another group, stand up just where you are. All right, super. So just stay standing where you are. I think there's still groups negotiating. Okay, we've got, nice. All right, super. Now don't worry, there's nothing that's going to be changed here. Robert, if you can hold on for just a moment while I'm just going to count off. I'm so sorry. Just a second. So I want to just reorient you to where the groups are because they're a little bit oddly numbered on purpose, but because of their size. We've got group 1 over here. We've got group 2 here. We've got group 3 there. We've got group 4 here. We've got group 5 in the corner there, and group 6 in the middle here. Forgive us. Okay, so we're going to number off one by one, and those are the groups you'll go to, so that basically you're all going to different places. Okay, ready? So 1, 2, and 3. Okay, perfect. That's great for this group. Now this group, 4. We'll start with 4. Go to 4. 5. Okay. Yep. Got 6. And we'll start with 1 again. 2. Okay, super. Start here. 3, 4, 5. Okay, super. 6, 7, 1. Oh my gosh. 2. Okay, great. And one more group to go. 3, 4, 5, and 6. And I'm so sorry, 1. Thank you very much. All right, ready, set, go. Leave the visions, the stuff that you were working on at those tables, stay at the tables. Is that what I mean? But you can take your options with you, or take your personal papers with you. And if you need to go back to the rectangle to grab your options or anything like that, that's totally fine. And when you've settled, if I can have a moment again. Okay, so the objective of this will start, it's sort of like when we've rotated before. The folks who stayed at that table, give a brief very brief overview of what happened there, what it is that's on the inside of the circle, just very brief, and then mainly give a brief overview of what is in the maybe area, or what are question marks, what are things that your group is currently wrestling with, what would you like some advice on? And then the other folks who've just arrived at your table from other groups are your consultants. They can give you advice. You don't have to take it, but just hear them out, see what they have to say about the things that you're wrestling with, and that's it. Just take it down, take notes. If you're the person who stayed, take notes on behalf of your group, because when we come back to your groups that we were just in, you'll report back and say, okay, our consultant said da 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 da. Does that make sense? Is that fair enough? Yes, sorry, thank you. Yes, if you had personal papers at your previous group, your list of options, or if you have those back at the rectangle, feel free to grab those now before we start. Your vision, oh, sorry. No, sorry, leave your vision statement where it was. I'm sorry, I was confused. No. Anything that was connected with that old group, leave it there. Yeah, so your vision statement, leave it behind. Leave behind your vision statement. Yep. Okay, go for it. About 3 more minutes. Moderators, 3 more minutes. One more minute, moderators, 1 more minute. Okay, this is the end of your consulting session. Finish up your last thoughts, head on a 15-minute break, and come back to your previous groups, your groups you were in just before these. 15-minute break starting now. Fifteen-minute break, everyone. Moderators, this is a slight change in the agenda. We're taking a break now, and then we're going to come back to the workshopping groups. Yeah, to U3, section U3. 1 minute till break is over. Come back to your previous small group tables, your original small group tables, or, you know, the ones that you were, yeah. What do you call that? The first workshopping groups.
Now. Self-sufficient. Alrighty, folks, start making your way back to your first vision groups. All right, breaks over. Make your way back to your seats. Just an hour more today. All right. Folks. Hello, welcome back. Hey there. All right. Welcome back, everyone. So we have 2 last activities for you today before we wrap up. Got about an hour, and actually it's easier to be over here, huh? Okay. We've got about an hour left in the day, and you are back in your original visioning groups right now. Actually, the first thing I'll say is, if you, after that last consulting session, part of the benefit of doing these is that you get to see what other groups are working on. And as we've said, the kind of ultimate goal of the next day or so is to merge these visions together and figure out how to form a group with the most agreement possible. So if after that first consulting session, you saw that another group, or that you'd actually rather be with another group, join with a different vision group that's putting together a bundle of options you like, that's totally great. Feel free to just go and move and be with them. So we're going to totally normalize that. There's no judgment. You won't hurt anybody's feelings. The point of these next few rounds is to vote with your feet and go where you want to go. And we'll seek as much agreement and merging as possible. So feel free to do that. For folks who are back in their original vision groups, your task now is to, the person or people who stayed behind, report back to your group about what you heard, what may be small changes, tweaks to your original bundle might garner more support from more of the panel. Decide whether you'd like to make those changes or not, or add those details or not. And yeah, if you finish kind of going through what you heard in the consulting session, just continue with what you were doing originally, adding new options to your bundle, negotiating between possible options, seeing if you can move any maybes to yeses with small amendments or changes. Yeah, any questions about what we're doing now? Glynis, yeah? Either one. Yeah, totally fine to move at any point. Yeah. Okay. We'll do about, mods will take about 20 minutes for this workshop, and then we'll do a full group report out after that. So nominate one person who in 20 minutes from now, so at 5 till 4, wants to present kind of what the group has been working on. Okay? groups, you have about a minute or two left to wrap up these conversations, and make sure to designate one person who will report out. All right. Just wrap up your sentence. Alrighty. Are you all ready to come back? Yeah? Huh? No. I just said finish your sentence. No. Now do the impossible. Sorry. All right. If you can hear me, snap once. If you can hear me, snap twice. Little late, but awesome. All right. I hope that was fruitful. So our final activity of the day is to just hear a little bit from each group. What have you been working on? One person can share generally what's in your yeses, what's in your maybes. You'll have just a few minutes, really, but feel free if there are any kind of tensions, some things you're really still working through, feel free to share those with the group. And we'll go one by one, and then as you hear each group's report out, really listen for any groups that you think your full group may want to merge with. And it's okay if that comes with a couple conditions. Like, we could merge if maybe this one thing was changed or tweaked. Even if that's just a note for now, it's fine. Or think about, as an individual, a group you may want to merge with. And we're going to dive back into this tomorrow morning, so everything doesn't have to get resolved right now. If there's something you need to just kind of sit and think on for the evening, that's great too. Did you get it? All right. So let's start with group one. Group one, who would like to share? And I'll come give you a microphone.
Hello. It's on. Can you hear me? I was talking into it. Can you hear me? Oh, there it is. Okay. All right. So our group came up with fabulous idea. Basically, we are visioning keeping the fairgrounds intact, meaning the current activities and the current tenants, but also updating, improving, upgrading, eco-friendly landscaping, beautification of the whole entire site. In the raceway, putting trees or sound barrier trees or something of that nature around it to help mitigate the sound issues. And then we also came to, once we got all of our yeses in the circle, we realized with the help of our consulting team that we were leaning towards renewing the lease with the 4DAA, but we also would like to mention that comes with certain guidelines or deadlines, mandates, for lack of a better term, regarding improvements, upgrades, making it more greening, etc., so that they are held accountable for the maintenance and upgrades in certain time periods, so they don't have 70 years to do the things, if that makes sense. We also wanted to reserve and protect the current acreage of the fairgrounds, and do better event promotion so that the community knows what's available on the site, as well as putting like a walking bike path connecting the east and the west through some portion of the property. Yeah. Oh, and then a year-round farmers market we think is a great idea. I think that's it.
All right, thank you. And I'll invite you to pass it to the spokesperson for Group 2. Oh, this is Group 2, right. What's that? Oh, a request to hear about your maybes.
The maybes we have are community center, police station, or police substation, not station, but substation, and a fire substation.
All right. Group 2, thank you.
Okay, for Group 2, can you hear me? Okay, keep the 5-day actual fare. Keep the emergency evacuation center. It's for residents, pets, and animals of Sonoma County and the surrounding area. Green park with trees, walkways, paths, and a water fountain. No speedway. Multi-use amphitheater / field for events and activities. Farmers market. Walk, bike path open for east to west access with no fenced in during the day. I'll do that one again. A walk, bike path open for east to west access. No fence in during the day. And agricultural animals and farming education, like a site for that. And then for the maybes, third-party property management to oversee, a multicultural event center for multi-groups uses, maybe, keep schools, maybe, and the last maybe is give a few acres back to Native American Intercouncil.
Thanks, Group 2. And just wanted to briefly mention a point of clarification based on a question. Part of this activity, or let me start over. Amazing. So someone wanted to know why we aren't presenting vision statements right now. Very valid. You started with your vision statements, and then you moved to kind of bundling options together. So your vision statements will be one of the finishing touches, or come back into the process tomorrow. You can kind of weave together a collective vision statement. So we'll bring that back. For right now, just kind of looking at options where there are overlaps, similarities, congruencies is the word Dory just used. That's great. But just to let you know, vision statements will come back in, but you haven't quite had time to write a collective vision yet, and that's why we're not presenting those right now. Okay. Let's go to Group 3.
Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. All right. In a very roundabout way, we eventually got here, but we went off the vision statement to kind of help inform what was included in that vision statement, and we actually went through the entire list of site use options, and then found ourselves categorizing them, and it includes a lot.
Slow down.
I'll stand right here so I can look at interpretation. Accessible to everybody. So that included civic centers, parks, pathways.
You be willing to take your mask down, Jasmine?
Yeah. Accessible to everyone, which included parks, pathways, bridges, walkways, ADA compliance, etc. And also different ages, different age groups, facilities for different age groups, affordable uses, like the YMCA, farmers market, infant daycare, etc. Showcase agriculture, so livestock pens, gardens, ag incubator, civic center / amphitheater, so a communal space for either civic engagement or multi-purpose. Workforce housing for ag workers and local workers and TLC youth. Gardens and parks, so this was squares, community gardens, etc. There's a lot of different ones that fell under that. Environmental mitigation, this was cleanup, the environmental research and development, building. Carbon offset, there was a lot of similarities between that and like greenery, but there are some very specific items that were in the list, like carbon neutral buildings, living roofs, living walls. Renewable energy, this was anything that included solar or wind. Evacuation facilities, to try to adapt to the needs of the community and be a resource. Sound mitigation, to be a good neighbor. Relieving congestion, traffic with either transportation hub, park and rides, bike paths, etc. And then beautification. Anything that makes a space welcoming and more aesthetically pleasing, which is a lot of things actually. And then the maybes, BMX, these are specific options. BMX path on Speedway, Superdome. It's number 64, it's not actually a Superdome, it just sounded like a Superdome. Number 22, improve/relocate existing buildings. Number 18, improve and upgrade building access. Actually, that probably does go under accessibility, sorry. And 83, which is an open park space with square community activity and lots of trees combined with fire police in order to localize. See, it had a lot. So we had a hard time putting it in one category. So that's why it's a maybe. And that's it.
Thank you. Group 4.
Hello? Okay. So our resounding option that came from all of our visions definitely started with this green open space that we all felt very strongly about. And then we sort of worked our way down from there. For our yeses, we all were in agreement about a bike pedestrian path. We wanted evacuation services, a year-round farmers market, agricultural education showcase, which was still open to any interpretation. We didn't have that completely defined, whether that was one single infrastructure or if it was more of just a broader educational program that the grounds provides. We would like a more accessible calendar for daily events and activities in order to promote within the community exactly what is going on at the fairgrounds. We all are in agreement for noise mitigation efforts. We would like it to always be accessible. We would like the livestock pens for the fair evacuation efforts. And now, we had a yes here for our police substation, but I would like to explain some of this. Over here in our maybes was the category of fence. This came up with our wanting a grand open park, but some concerns over if there is no fencing, then perhaps some homeless encampments could arise over the evening time. So then that's sort of what made us circle back to this police substation, which also sparked from one of our members going to another table and hearing your idea about the police substation. Also on our maybes, we had an outdoor amphitheater, an indoor event center or concert hall. Some of us wanted to leave the fair as is. We also had mixed feelings about leaving live oaks on site, so that fell into our maybe category. And our speedway is our maybe category. While the majority at our table would not like the speedway, we still felt there was still a member of our team that is in favor of the speedway, so hence it's on our maybe side. Thank you.
5. Where's 5? Thank you. You can pass it to group 5.
Sure. We originally started as part of group 2, and there were too many of us, so we split. And the things we agree on, a park with lots of trees. This needed further definition, so we defined lots as basically as long as there was still space for EMS in evacuation space, right? We also wanted to create a park with pedestrian and bike paths running through shaded trees and other native plants. We wanted to add bathrooms and drinking fountains or water stations.
So this was one that we sort of took a piece off of, was option 782, evacuation site, because of land size and location, which is accessible from all directions and easy freeway access, benefits people and animals. And the part that we took off of that to put it into the yes pile was traffic solution with walk and drive overpass above the fairgrounds, simply because it seemed like a completely separate option to us. More yeses. Year-round farmers and our makers market, specifically noting that it helps in a disaster and is a flexible multi-use space. Continuing ag education and keeping the livestock pens was a big one. Flexible, right? It said empty and we changed it to flexible space, capable of holding the fair and evacuation camping when necessary.
We all agreed on sound mitigation done via dense greenery specifically around the speedway and events. We'd like to keep the speedway but add eco-friendly and, if not already in place, then we added able to be used in an emergency. So basically meaning using the inner track for emergency services. And we'd also like to build living walls to meet the needs of aesthetically pleasing and CO2 reduction, as well as sound mitigation. And then we also touched on 83, which was complicated. So as a group, we voted on each element. So I'll tell you the elements we agreed on. We would like to have an open park space with a square for community activity, including pedestrian and bike paths with lots of trees, also already defined, lots. And we want a farmer's market, and we want evacuation facilities. And when did maybe?
So I'll just continue on 83 with where we hit maybe. And every time we had a disagreement, we kind of noted the vote count, so I'll share that too. We were 3 no's and 2 yeses for a combined fire and police center in order to localize services. We were 3 maybes and 2 no's for sports fields. And then we were 1 yes and 4 no's, which is why it's on the outskirts of the chart, for the 4 DAA should keep at least partial control of the grounds with community oversight. So yeah, I think our defining summary, right, is the multi-use evacuation center community space that's flexible with open negotiation about the reason we split, right, is we kind of said who is okay with the speedway and who's adamantly against it, and otherwise I think we're fairly similar with group 2.
Great. Thank you, Group 5. Last but not least.
Group 6, and we were operating with a vision idea that of paramount importance to us is to protect this land from commercial development now and into the future, no matter what that takes. With that in mind, what we found that we coalesced around was a yeses. There were many maybes that didn't make it up here because there were so many. I'll slow down. First, plant more trees. We would like this to be visioned as an evacuation center, importantly, primarily, as a first adjunct. That we wanted to maintain the empty space, such as the carnival grass area that was in the center, just as an open space, not as a park area. We wanted to develop an evacuation training center in one of the buildings, and it could actually be like used as a command center type office, coordinating evacuation events. Doesn't take a large building. Another point is that we too agree with some of the other groups that have spoken that a lease with guidelines could be in place here to protect this property into the future, reiterating of the importance of that to our particular group. A park with paths around, creating a park-like area, pedestrian paths around, through, to be determined. The charter school. Charter school is a public school, deserves a new building. That's our opinion. That's what we recommend. And the other one was that they could be collaborating with the groups Black for Education or Justice, as it was, and Community Development, excuse me. We feel that solar farms and solar arrays could be used to cover the parking areas and create shaded areas as they are needed, supporting the requirement by the city to be pursuing carbon neutral by 2030. We want the fairgrounds and the fair to continue. Our maybe was a speedway. As it's currently envisioned, just as being we had a bit of a discussion on this one, as just an internal combustion speedway, some of us, myself, felt that it's anathema to the paradigm and the fact that things like Yosemite is burning. But my group was very proactive and expansive, and they said, look, electric is coming. Let's not throw out the baby with the bath quite yet. It's a pretty rare thing to have a speedway like this. So we came up with some suggestions that maybe it could be used as an alternative energy transportation, like an electric car race thing. Maybe there could be like human-powered races there. There could be junk vehicle races there. Maybe it could be used for the BMX track in the middle, things like that. So it's a definite yes, maybe, or maybe yes. And that pretty much sums up where we are as Group 6.
I'll take that. Thank you. Thank you to all of our groups and presenters. Now, I have promised our amazing evaluation team that we will be back in the rectangle at 4:25, and I intend to keep that promise because they have some very important surveys for you today. And I want to give us just a moment in just these few minutes to maybe not have any conversation about it right now, but just take a few comments, few even proposals. Any groups are seeing an opportunity to merge and would like to propose to another group, non-romantically. And we'll just leave it sit for now. Just think about it as you eat dinner tonight, and we won't respond or discuss proposals for right now. But does anybody have a proposal to merge put on the table? All right. Oh, I see the first hands I saw were Jackie and then Izzy, and maybe just for some group variety, then we'll go back here and we'll have more time for this tomorrow. But Jackie.
My first instinct proposal for Group 5 to merge with is Group 1. Personally, I don't know how the rest of my group feels about that. We haven't talked about it, but my second instinct would actually be, what number are you guys? 6. So those are my two maybe, if you like us.
My proposal is to merge with Group 4.
Would you like to say anything about the proposal?
We have most of the things we have in common.
Okay. All right. I believe I saw a hand here.
Is it on? Yeah. We feel that Group 1 aligns greatly with us.
groups who are being proposed to. Are you taking a little note? Consider. All right. I think I saw a couple other hands. Actually, you're being quite efficient here. So maybe one or two more. Was there anybody on this side of the room? Oh, yeah. Okay. Who wants to speak?
We are also considering merging with Group 2.
Ooh la la. Okay, amazing. Can woo each other. All right, sounds like there might be some synergy here. All right. Well, I think with that, Ben has offered, since everybody is seated here, actually to make all of our lives a little bit easier, I'm just going to pass the mic over to him and we can do surveys in this space. Just one final opportunity. Any of my team need to do any final announcements for today? Okay. Just one final reminder from us that we'll be okay. We'll be coordinating the details of the council meeting and presentation tomorrow, but so that you can schedule. The meeting starts at 6:30. Anyone who is presenting will be asked to show up at 5:30. So just if that's something you're considering or might accept if you are invited to by random selection, then just kind of know that timing. Yeah, Rebecca. Just to kind of get settled in the space, see where you'll be presenting from. If you can't be there at 5:30, that doesn't rule you out for being a presenter. It's the city manager and others will kind of just show you the space and where you'll be. You'll be in the staff area, some of you. So just, yeah, there is a little bit more of an orientation.
So, and Rebecca, just, folks won't need to stay from 5:30 to 6:30. It's just a check-in at 5:30, see what the room looks like. That was the worry there. Yeah, and as a reminder, yeah, you're not limited or anything in time, or you're not very limited in time. Yeah, Brian.
Is 5:30 when, if you were going to be a speaker, is that when they have the public sign up? 5:30 for speaker cards?
I have no idea, to be honest. No idea. Not sure. But none of you need to do that. You are in. All of you are in. But I see if you're asking for other folks, I have no idea, to be honest. Whether 5:30 is the time when you need to be there to sign up for public comment. Okay. Sorry, I should have given you the mic. I think Trisha just said 6 o'clock to make sure your name gets in, or you can submit public comment by written public comment. Yep.
I understood that this meeting was different than regular council meetings, but I didn't look at the agenda. So if somebody could confirm that it's different and it's not public comment, etc.
It's a regular council meeting. It is a regular council meeting, and so that it will have public comment in it, but you are the only thing on the agenda, or basically the only substantive thing on the agenda. And so I believe the way it'll work is that you all will do your presentation, and then council will ask questions, and then public comment will come later. Is that true? Okay, yeah.
You're right, it's the only substantive thing, but there are other things before us that they have to vote on, so there'll be a little bit of wait as they go through that.
Cool. Yep, that's true. Thanks, Rebecca. Anything else? Oop. Oops. There is one other thing that, Sandy, do you want to announce it or should I? No. Okay. There are some of your fellow panelists who are planning an informal celebration, let's say, at a watering hole at a dive bar after the council meeting, and you're all very welcome. We are all very welcome, apparently. And what's it called? Buckhorn. There we go. That's all. This is the place I need to go to. All right, so after the council meeting.
If ever a drink was well-deserved, I think it's tomorrow. Thanks, everybody. I don't have much to add other than you'll notice that there's 4 important items at the end of this survey. Otherwise, it's exactly like the others. We've talked a lot about equity, and if there are groups that you think could have been represented in our equity discussions, please let us know. There's also 3 short items about some of the equity attempts efforts that have gone on in the last 5 weekends, excuse me. That's all. We'll collect them and we'll send this right back to Healthy Democracy. So thanks again.
Thank you all. Once you're done with those, feel free to leave and we'll see you tomorrow.